Okay, folks, good morning. Back again for more of the usual. Back again for more of the unusual. All right, so where did we leave off? Well, as of yesterday, we've got the 4 Pegasus kits, 2 BT7s, 2 T26s. They're complete. I did manage to have it warmed up enough outside that I felt comfortable spraying them. Just a little bit of dull coat, and let's get this where it needs to be. A little bit of dull coat, and very, very, very thin, just to make sure that you don't take some of this dry brushing stuff with you. Which, if you did, it would be easy enough to fix. But and they're done. So we're going to mount them on bases, which we got ready yesterday. But in the spirit of multitasking, which the only reason I do it is because things take a while to dry, we're going to set these aside for a moment, because this is going to, I should be able to do this relatively one thing after the other. I need to work on the Czech 38s, which we did spray black yesterday, and finish priming these guys so that we can roll right into them. Okay. So these were spray primered, and I talked a little bit about this yesterday with the rattle can. And I start off by just flipping them upside down and spraying everything, but you got to go lightly because I don't want to cover up over any detail. And then I've got I got a pair of tweezers that I keep out there that I can just pick them up and flip them over. I don't want to use them by hand. And even then, looks like we've got a little boogered spot here that the paint didn't. I don't know what happened here. But we will use, oh, it's a rivet that's there. Okay, a rivet that's there, and for whatever reason, there's a spot where it didn't get it. It's very imprecise. But the alternative is use an airbrush, which I don't have, or try to spray a lot, and you end up getting way too much spray on the rest of this. So I hand paint the surface primer from Vallejo on afterwards, and most of the areas that are going to get handling are ones that the spray can did get to. So it's not like it's not protected. I don't go and hand paint the entire thing in this because it would take forever. It would take a lot of coats, and although I do like this product, I don't like the fact that it is particularly messy. I get it on me and then I gotta go clean myself off. So, not a lot, but some. So, that's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna go ahead and finish touching up these spots in black with the turrets, and then while that's drying, we will go ahead and base all the Russian tanks. Okay, makes sense. Because what happens if I finish the Russian tanks and haven't done this, I'll paint these black and be sitting here going, don't have anything to do. So that's why we're jumping around. I am not a fan of jumping around if I don't have to. I'm not a fan. There's a show, and I've mentioned this several times, and I'll mention it again. There's a show that I used to watch many years ago that I was actually thought I was pretty cool when it first came out, probably 20 years ago, called Mythbusters. And it's a show where they do science experiments, which is kind of unusual because I'm not a science guy. I'm not. It's not that I hate science. It's just not something I'm interested in. But they take urban legends and stuff like that and kind of try to disprove them. That's actually what captivated me to watch them. But they usually do 3 experiments in each show. And the first couple of seasons, they would tell you what the experiments were, and then they would do one and finish that one, and they would do the next one, they'd finish that one, and do the third one and finish that one. After about season 3 or 4, somewhere in there, maybe even as early as the second season, they would tell you the 3, and then they would start part of it, and they would keep coming back to all 3 of them instead of like just finish one, you know. But they wanted to kind of keep you dangling on, and I don't particularly care for that. I got to do crap like that at work, and I don't like it. I like to start something and then finish that before I go on to something else. So the fact that I'm jumping around on this stuff is, well, there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. But this stuff works actually really well because it flows really well, and it's self-leveling. So if something happens and you put too much in one spot, and I've done it, I've gotten careless, it will kind of helps itself, so to speak. All right, I've got paint strewn all over here, and we need to get rid of this. We need to move it to its proper place. All right, I think we're good now. All right, we've got this. Seems like I'm really close. Is this zoomed all the way back out? It should be. Oh, and let me check. Is this thing flipped? Yep. Bastards. I don't know why it defaults to doing it that way. Yeah, that's zoomed all the way out. Okay, cool. Well, if we want more on the screen, then we're going to have to back this thing up. There we go. Okay. Now, always open this carefully, because sometimes I don't like having to do cleanup, because I gotta leave here. I gotta be like, hey, I'll be right back, folks. And I go disappear somewhere, and hopefully I come back. I think that's probably plenty. And just like anything else, this stuff, the excess does stick to. Man, it's never been this hard to get this off. All right. Back you go in the mug. Now, you take a brush that we don't have very much of a liking to, because unfortunately, this stuff is pretty brutal on brushes. First sips of coffee of the morning, and have the engine running here in no time. Alright, so let's look in the running gear and see what we've got there. I said it's self-leveling. I can just come in here and almost slop this on. I'm just looking for places where maybe have some gray of the plastic showing. You just can't get everywhere you want to. without making the paint really thick in other places. And the other places you'd make it thick are the ones that are where your eye goes to anyways. So you'd be ruining your own model by trying to get it primered properly. And they actually make this primer in lots of colors. They make it in white, they make it in gray, they make it in a lot of colors. You can think you can get it even in Russian green, Panzer dark yellow, which is I think what it used to be. The old Poly-S bottle used to be called Panzer dark yellow. That's why I've still occasionally call it that, even though I haven't used Poly-S in 30 years. But some things just stick in your mind. Dunkelgelb. But I like it in black because it works for everything, and if you leave some there, it's in a recess that needs to have a shadow anyways. The front of that vision slot. Yeah, see, I got some stuff on me. I wouldn't have that on me before. It's no big deal as long as I don't pick up something that I want to transfer this stuff to. Okay, that's done. It's not much that you got to do. Just a little bit. Let's put that thing out of the way. All right, next hole. And we're probably going to find it in similar spots that it didn't get to. Although I don't mind building the running gear, it sure is a hell of a lot nicer when it's all put together. You don't have to fool with that stuff. Well, I don't mind the plastic models. I really like gluing them using this form of gluing instead of having to resort to super glue or epoxy with white metal or resin stuff. I'm not a fan of either one of those two. Especially super glue. I really don't like super glue. It's just, I don't trust it. It's way too brittle. Once you get a crack in that bond, it's gone. You know, you can't, it has no flexibility whatsoever. And one of these Czech 38s is going to have a Panzer Commander in it. Just for variety, have something on the tabletop that to draw interest. So I did what I said I was going to do. I took a picture yesterday with some completed tanks and the paper houses on the playing mat just to see what they look like, and I wasn't impressed. I really not I'm not saying they're not usable. I'm just saying that I won't be buying any more paper buildings. They don't look the same as the rest of my stuff. They don't look compatible. So at some point in the future, I'm probably going to be getting some buildings that are for the Russian front that are plastic and or 3D printed. But I'm not going to go and do that now. That's let's find out we really need them by playing the game. you know, I don't mind painting these things and putting them in a thing, but I don't really want to go and buy a bunch of buildings and then realize that, oh, I never got around to playing the game. So I got to earn it, so to speak. The paper buildings, I just had them for 17 years or so. And I'm like, well, let's just try to do something different and see if they'll work out or go in a different direction. Now for Europe, I actually have quite a few resin, quite a few. I don't know if I have quite a few, maybe four resin buildings. Two of them are city blocks that have multiple levels, and it is extremely heavy. I don't want to bring them out now because I'd make a lot of noise and they're hidden in the back. But there's city block, probably each one about the size of this piece of cardboard. This tan colored cardboard. I have two of them, and I think they're multiple buildings side by side, and they're about so tall, and they're so heavy, and they're old. Well, I got them when you could tell the molds are from like the 80s or something like that, but they're all like resin. They have a lot of flash actually to clean up, and I think they were made by a company called Queen's Hussars, and there are a couple of city blocks, but and I don't know why I got them. I'm not much of a city fight person, but I don't know. You could use them for Stalingrad, but I mean, they look more like a Dutch city or something like that. Market garden, which I have no interest in doing. Something about market garden just doesn't interest me. I don't know exactly what it is, but anywho, so I've got a couple of those. I've got a farmhouse also. But I remember getting them, and man, they were pretty expensive. I can't imagine how much it would cost to ship them now. Queens Hussars, Shellhole Scenics, one of those two, something like that. I think the city blocks are Queens Hussars, and I'm pretty sure they're still in production just by another name. All in 1/72nd scale, of course, for me. But these brushes get mistreated really bad. They get used for this because I usually have to get in a place that the spray paint did not get into, which means I've got to like shove it in there, and unfortunately, it's going to it damages them. And the material that this is, it's some kind of polyurethane. It's actually, it flows pretty well, almost like thinned down enamel paint. And you can get in places that that acrylic paint would just end up like an air bubble would pop and you wouldn't be able to do it. So you can actually cover over these idler wheels and stuff that has like nooks and crannies, or the paint wouldn't get in there, and it does a pretty good job of filling them in. And this is the last hole. Then we'll go to the 3 turrets, and of course the commander figure. And then we'll wash this up, let these dry, and then go back to basing doing the finishing on the Soviet light tanks. Now I'm actually going to see, this brush isn't too bad, and it's thin because there's a spot back here I need to get behind these tools. And you know, if you use black paint, this would work just as well. It's just this is more forgiving when it comes to not leaving brush marks and stuff like that. Okay, that one's done. Now, 3 little turrets. Now, even though I just rinsed this thing off, I think I'm going to use this brush for some of this stuff right here. Here we go. Chilly morning this morning. Not a complaint, just an observation. I think it's 61 degrees or 60 degrees or something like that in the house. No heater. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's good to go. forward to putting the decals on these. But we're a little ways away from that. Okay. This commander that's going to go in there is going to block just about all that, so I don't need to completely paint everything that's in there, because I'm going to want to super glue. I don't want to super glue him in there. I want to be able to use the plastic glue. The hatch. All right, let's grab the commander figure who's lurking over here somewhere. Is it this guy? Phil Gray, welcome. Am I working towards models for a specific unit scenario? Not specifically a scenario per se. I do plan on trying some stuff from the Skirmish Campaign series of books. And they have, one of them has a ton of BT7s and stuff in it. So some of those vehicles of the 41 stuff, but I think that's where I'm going to start. Just to kind of refamiliarize myself with the rules, because it's been a while. But I think once we're going to do if I'm really enjoying the vehicles, and not necessarily with a scenario in mind, but the figures that I have, the last time I stopped painting these, I did them specifically for a scenario. It was a scenario in the Heroes, I believe it's called Heroes of Omaha and Panzer Lair. There's a scenario called Purple Heart Purple Heart Hill. And it's like a squad and a half of Americans and maybe 2.5 squads of Germans. And I got all the stuff for that. I specifically built like the mortar teams and stuff that were going to be in that scenario. And then 20 years went by, and I even built the custom scenario for it. Like, it's on a blue board. It's probably in really bad shape because I put it in the attic, but it was on thick styrofoam and it has a trench in the middle of it, and I cut it out, and I thought it looked pretty good at the time. I don't know what it looks like now, but I specifically built it for that scenario. But excuse me, I'm building this stuff really for some early war matchups. So we're gonna have some Czech 38s and Panzer 3s versus these. I got some early T-34s and BTs, T-26s, stuff I didn't have. I really haven't tinkered with the vehicle rules much. I've read them, but that's about it. Marcus Childress, thought I'd paint a bit with you, working on some Pegasus SS infantry down to the dot camouflage and insignia. There's a couple of guys that have some really good guides on how to paint that stuff. I haven't looked at it because I'm not anywhere near painting SS at this point. I've got some to do, but we'll get there. We'll get there. But all right, I've got to go rinse these two things in the rural sink. I'll be right back, and then we'll jump on finishing the BTs and T-26s, and gluing them on the stand and putting the happy grass and all that kind of stuff on there. I'll be right back in moments. The reason I'm not necessarily building things for a scenario, yeah, those skirmish campaigns are awesome. And I'm really tempted to get the North Africa one, but I have not. They actually have two North Africa ones. I don't really care for the Aussies at Bardia, not because it's the Aussies, but it's just it's just too early. And but I have no Desert Rats or Africa Corps infantry at all. And I have tons of infantry for everywhere else, especially the Eastern Front. Like a lot of figures. A lot of figures to paint and a lot of figures that I want to paint. Just gobs and gobs and gobs of stuff. And I think they're useful, but I think most of the scenarios are going to be too big. I think there's just going to be too much stuff on the, and I wanted to start small just because I got to refamiliarize myself with these rules, and but my main intention is just having fun and painting these things right now, and if I get around to playing it one time, cool, but I can get my World War II gaming out by playing, computer games if I need to. This is just, I'm getting my creative modeling stuff out. I can't do that with the video games. Never do that for me. So, but I do love those skirmish campaigns. I've got about 8 of them. I've got all the Eastern Front ones, which I think there's 4 or 5. There's 2 Kursk ones. There's 2 Kursk ones, and then there's 3 of the other ones. I guess that makes 5. I have the Montes Epson, and I have Heroes of Panzer, which is actually a great one. And then they have the Normandy First Hours, which is useless. There's a couple. I'm a big World War II person, but there's just some things that I'm just not interested in. One of them is U.S. paratroopers just bore the shit out of me. It's overdone. They generally don't have any, tanks and stuff that go along with them unless they run up to meet them. I'm not a fan of U.S. paratroopers. They just bore me. Sorry. I can't like everything. And I should say I'm not a fan of wargaming those things. But when I go to gaming, I thought one thing would be really useful was to do French Resistance, and I've got probably 20 or 30 French Resistance figures that none of them are painted, and have the people play those guys, and then I'll run the Germans, to do raids. I think the game would work really well for that. All right, so let's mark on this stand. Let's try to mark on this stand. Now, the only thing with this method is sometimes if I wait too long to put this goop down, it keeps hardening, and I've already waited too long, so I'm probably going to have a hell of a time cutting this stuff out, but that's my own fault for not messing with this for the last week. But I was a bit under the weather. I didn't want to put you guys through the coughing frenzy that I was in, which I think was allergies, because I ended up taking some over-the-counter allergy stuff that was recommended, and it went away. Which is funny. I wasn't allergic to anything, but you get older and shit stops working the way it used to. So even though I don't feel older, but yeah, it's still not bad. So we're just cutting this to expose the plastic underneath, because it is a lot faster to do it this way than to try to get the goop underneath it. I tried doing that one time and I'm like, no, there's got to be a better way. This is taking way too long to put this stuff down. I don't know where the hell I cut this. I can't see it hardly at all. But I do like those skirmish campaigns. They're a fun read. They're a fun read. There's some nationalities or theaters that just don't interest me, you know. Now here's a question for you. They actually have a skirmish campaign games on the Figure Pocket. And the Figure Pocket actually has scenarios, and I haven't seen it, that include Polish troops. Did Polish infantry, I think Polish infantry used regular British kit, right? I mean, if you wanted to paint Polish troops, you'd just be painting British infantry, I think. In other words, they used the same helmets and everything. I think that's the case. And not that I have that book, but I don't want to get into building Polish and Free French troops. That's just, you know, I've got enough stuff to paint to painting oddball things like that. Yeah, we need to enlarge it out this way. Correct. Yeah, that's what I thought. And the French, like Free French infantry, would use American kit, I think. If I'm gonna do French, I would do 1940 French or Resistance. I have the Resistance guys. I do not have any 1940 French, mainly because the Germans during that period are just very uninspiring. The French stuff is just fine, but you could be running German squads in 1940 that don't have any MP38s or 40s. You know, the leader and squad leader are both armed with rifles. That's just pretty darn boring, as far as I'm concerned. That, and you got all these turrets running around without the storage thing in the back, and it looks stupid. That's the only reason not doing the French campaign. But it's good to not be interested in absolutely everything. Otherwise, I'd have even less time to do this. Okay, I think I need to go wider on both of these. So we're just gonna... This stuff comes up pretty easily, and if you do it the next morning, after you put the stuff down, it really comes off. Actually, it comes off easy. The problem is I want to leave some of it on. So I want to be careful. I don't want all this stuff to come on. And then if you do need to expand it, expanding it in this way probably would be all right too. There's one of these that was just brick hard, and this isn't it. This one's actually, this is okay. Problem is I'm going to want to use my little vacuum to clean this up, and the girls are asleep, so that's going to be, maybe I can do it really quick. I don't know how you guys that don't have a dedicated hobby space do any hobbying, or maybe they don't. Okay, this one's right where it needs to be. I'm just going to take a little bit more off the front. So yeah, I'm not really happy with the paper terrain buildings. They just don't look like the rest of my stuff. So we'll leave them alone for now. There we go. Now over here, let me expand this out a little bit more. what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to paint, when I go to do those buildings, I'm probably going to go ahead and paint buildings that I already have from Western Europe, because I don't have any Eastern Front buildings like, made out of plastic or anything like that, that I've already spent money on, and just see how they turn out. Because I was apprehensive of like building these vehicles until I really liked how mine turned out, and I'm like, all right, we can get ourselves some more. We know what we're doing here. We found a. It's not that we don't know what we're doing. I'm happy with the results and what they look like. They match the look I was trying to achieve. That's your issue. You like all World War II nations of time period so much more out there when I was a kid. Dangerous, yeah. I got pretty good self-control. We've all bought stuff and not done anything with it, and it's really unsatisfying to do that. So I kind of try to, I fail sometimes, but I try to kind of live with the mantra of, if you're not going to do anything with it, don't buy it. Buy it when you need it. And nothing worse than buying something than just not doing anything with it, when you can be buying something else that you are using. Okay, this little guy's done. All right, so we're going to go over here. You're interested in everything World War II? I bet I could find something you're not interested in. I'm generally not interested in stuff where one side was way overpowered compared to the other one. Like, I wouldn't want to do like Americans and Japanese on one of those islands where, the Japanese are outnumbered and they don't have air support and they're getting bombarded by battleships. And, with both, one guy's, it's like one guy's using a D10 and one a D20, the other guy's using a D4 kind of thing. It's not not very interesting for me. And I'm not a fan of the Pacific. Yeah, not a knock to any of the veterans that serve there. It just doesn't interest me. It's never a knock on the veterans. It's just, yeah, I love the Eastern Front, but I have no sympathies with communists or Nazis. It's got nothing to do with that. Chinese. I would not want to build Chinese. I'm already bored, you know. I thought they did use Panzer ones. Now I'd play a board game or something like that of it. I don't want to paint the figures on this level of play. And the other thing I found out is I've always been fascinated by the desert. So at some point I'm going to I can't wait to paint honeys and crusaders. I can't wait. But I'm not excited about painting Africa Corps stuff. And I don't know why. I don't like painting. I don't think I'm going to enjoy painting the Germans in that color. I don't know. The infamous question everybody likes to ask. You ready? What rules are you using? No, I don't have a lot of rules options because when I want to do World War II, my rules always focus around where did the grenade land? And when you think of it that way, that's what I want to simulate. You got people that are running half a squad. You got two guys teaming together to run a squad kind of thing. It's micro skirmish, but that's the narrative I want to read. I want to read the narrative of this guy gun jammed and he pulled out a shovel and he hit him over the head kind of thing. So you can't play with a lot of figures, but that's okay. Every other game plays with a lot of figures. Have I checked out early war miniatures? I have. Yeah. Oh, Tick. Yeah, I'm almost through his Crusader stuff. Yeah, he's freaking great. I only have one complaint with him, and I mean, I couldn't do that kind of stuff because, research and research and research and that kind of stuff, but the only thing I like about Tick is he has the same influence, and he has the same speech pattern throughout almost all of his sentences. He has the same meter, and it can get a bit, but I'm telling you, with the maps and the units, and that's my language. That's my language. Especially because I played like Command Decision for many, many years. So while he's moving these units up, I'm figuring in my head they had 50 tanks. All right, that's 10 tanks in one battalion. I'm doing all that math in my head that I'm used to, and I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, Tick stuff is great. He's really, really good. Some people think he's controversial. I don't think so. I think he does a really good job of trying to get to the meat and potatoes of the stuff and trying to find out the truth. I think he's not pushing a political agenda. I don't know how he feels about politics, on what side he's at, and I like that. I don't like people that are like constantly pushing one side or the other, you know. And I think he does a superb job. And I found out about him because I was watching videos of a video game that he used to play that got him into World War II called Close Combat. And he had some Close Combat videos. And, they were several years old. And then I find out he's doing history stuff. And I'm like, and history stuff with maps. I'm a map guy. I'm not a science guy. I'm a map guy. So anything like, what's those guys? The Kings and Generals, and a couple of the other ones, Baz Battles, all that stuff. I dig the maps. I've always been into geography. My dad, for my 7th or 8th birthday, got me this globe. This is in the late 70s, and it had all the mountains on it and everything. I knew that thing backwards and forwards, so I'm definitely, and I use Google Earth a lot at what I do for a living. So I like maps more than history. And that's saying a lot. So yeah, Tick definitely speaks my language. But he's got videos where he tries to, break age-old ways of thinking about things, and some people are just set in their ways, and they don't want to listen to, maybe something that we learned when we were kids is wrong, and agreed. Have you watched the Corland series? I have not. I've watched. Let me think of what of his series I've watched. Well, I'm almost all the way through Operation Crusader, which is a battle that I was really interested in, and I'm even more interested in it now that I'm almost all the way through it. It's just crazy. I would love to do like a freaking, not a diorama, because that sounds like I wouldn't use it in a war game, but some wrecks to do the battles over the airfield at City Rizet. And he calls it City Rizai. Maybe it is Rizai, but I always called it City Rizet, and I don't know how to actually say it, but I don't know where you would get the long I sound in there. But regardless, I I I've been listening to that. And I'm like, that would be, that would be really, really interesting. What else have I seen? I've started on his Stalingrad, but he just stopped doing the Stalingrad, and what stinks about it is because I don't like watching those things when they're not complete, because I don't like being like, wait till next week for the next. I'm like, I want to go on a binge, watching it, and unfortunately, I can't watch those while I do this. I can kind of watch them while I'm driving to and from work, but you kind of have to hide the map so you're not distracted by that. But it's basically lunchtime watching, so it takes me a long time to get through his stuff. But he stopped the Stalingrad series just when it got into the thing I'm really interested in, which is Wintergewitter. I'm really interested in that. I'm not a city fight Stalingrad thing, although eventually I'll probably make it into watching his. But I can't think of anything else that I've watched other than his individual videos. But yeah, he's really good, and I think he's really I think he's really balanced. I think so, anyways. You know, so post migration, but considering your focus on Easter front, might find inspiration for a game. Yeah, yeah, and that's why I listen to history. You know, I like Tick's programming a lot better than some other stuff out there. There's some folks out there that do some good programming, but just the way their delivery is just, it doesn't appeal to me. There's another channel I've been watching. I don't know what it's called, but it just seems like the people on there just aren't having a good time. You know, like if I did that kind of program, if you watch me for any sense of time, I like to cut up and stuff. You know, I like to be serious. Like when I play war games, man, I poke fun at everything. You try to play the game serious to win and, stats and stuff. But sometimes there's funny shit that happens and it needs to be brought up to the forefront. That's just the way I play. I'm not, a super serious person when it comes to, but some programming is just not a whole lot of fun at parties. Hey, I mentioned this the other day. If you've watched the Chieftain's videos are really interesting. He's just not fun enough at parties for me. I don't know. He's just a bit dry. He knows his stuff, but and I've watched several of his videos, including when he's able to go to those when he does those tank museums that the American public can't go to, but somehow he can get in there. I've been always wanting to go to Aberdeen, and I didn't get a chance to go until like maybe 2 or 3 years ago to work it into our Historicon trip. And they moved all the tanks, and now, the public can't see them. And he went to one of the museums in Fort Benning where they moved some of the tanks to. So I went through, and, he knows his stuff. His delivery is not, I prefer a different delivery, But I do like Tick a lot. I'm surprised you know who he is. I don't know. He's got a shitload of viewers. It's just I don't encounter people who've heard of him. But and that doesn't mean that people that I don't like to listen to don't do a good job on their videos. I mean, I'm a freaking amateur. Not at this, but at the video part. My main purpose with this is just to kind of be entertained while I do it, and maybe I can share something with you guys that, there's no reason I need to take it to the grave. I don't have anybody in my family who's interested in doing this, so there's no point in me not sharing this stuff. I don't mind showing you the mistakes that I make along the way and the stuff that we figure out along the way. What was that show where the magician gives away all his tricks? It's kind of like that. I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going to tell you my secrets. It's just BS. Maybe I'll come across something where, you're stuck in a rut and you can't figure out how to do something, and you get some inspiration by something I've done, and you can continue hobbying. And then maybe you'll encounter somebody and you'll inspire them. But not trying to convert anybody. If you're happy doing a certain period and a certain scale, man, go with it. Same way as don't convert me. No soliciting at my door either. I'm just hanging out, you know. Yeah, I like Tick a lot. And he has a lot more patience than I have patience for this. I don't have patience to like read stuff over and over and over again. I've been tempted to pick up those books by, which I've met the guy. He came to one of our war game shows in Florida. Let me tell you who I'm thinking of. Glance. And who, you know, has done all kinds of research on stuff. Again, probably not somebody I would want to play a war game with because they're not a lot of fun. I would like to play a war game with, say, somebody like Lindy Beige. Lindy Beige would be, I think, a hoot. As long as he wasn't a whiner. It seems like he might be kind of a bit of a whiner sometimes, but that's, I mean, I like playing with people with energy, you know? Oh, man. But I like reading really technical stuff like that. But the problem is I can't read with distractions. So, you know, if I'm in this room and I'm reading, I'm either falling asleep or I'm trying to read it with a map at the same time. So I'm trying to get everything at once. So any programming that involves history with a map already in it, that saves me from having to look up a map, right? You've already done it for me. And any kind of distractions like background noise, I like lose my place. I'm like ADD when it comes to reading. You know, I can do this in the middle of like a busy airport and it wouldn't mess me up. But reading, I can't do that. I end up like, okay, where was I? You know, it's hard for me to tune out, and that's just the way I never learned how to do that. God, this is a sexy tank. And I was finishing these up yesterday. I think it was when I was already off the thing, and I'm over here like, you know, I can't believe I didn't do this for 20 years. These I'm really really enjoying this. And no airbrush. I would get an airbrush, okay, if it wasn't such a pain to freaking clean. I don't want to spend the time to clean it. I don't want to spend the time to go to the garage and spray. I'm not opposed to buying one. I've used one before in the early 90s. It's just, sometimes they just misbehave, you know? Yeah, that was hand painted. And that's what I like to do. Anybody can prime and do stuff, but the hand paint stuff, that's what I have the patience for. And I've done that kind of detail stuff enough that I'm like, okay, you can't do it in one pass, right? You got to pace yourself. Okay, get it centered. Okay, is it centered where you want it? All right, let's thicken up the lines as we go. Don't go too thick, you know, and just kind of look at it, not just trying to give it, you know, do it in one go. And maybe that doesn't appeal to some people's painting style because they don't want to spend 30 minutes painting across. I think that's about how long it took. But if you do it right, you're happy with it, and you're motivated to do more, you know. And the triangle. Let's not forget the triangle. You know. But this flow aid, man, flow aid or the airbrush thinner, anything you can do to keep your paint moist on your paintbrush so that it doesn't dry and it's catching on the detail on there and screwing you up is the secret to that, you know. That's right. You're the New York guy. I still speak fondly about that trip. We had a great freaking trip. We had a great trip. And it probably helped that I had a really low expectation of what that I was going to enjoy it, New York City. And I've been there 20 years before. And I didn't really have a bad time except that I got really dehydrated and I walked too much. So, you know, we just decided we got to take it easy. Went back to the hotel and the girls took a break for a couple hours. I went and explored a couple of shops and then walked back. I don't mind walking everywhere, you know. I liked it. Man, where is my. All right. This one is here. Okay, I see that one. Which means the other one is. Should be right here. Hidden in plain sight. And I'm going to estimate the track thickness is about there. All right, let's scoop this stuff out. And I hadn't read World War II stuff diligently and since the internet was in its infancy. So I stopped about 2004, which, there was the internet. I mean, I used it. I had a computer and everything, but not like now, like the first thing is, okay, T-34 paint schemes, boom, and put them up on the computer. Now, I don't necessarily trust what I see, but at least it kind of gives me a foothold of getting different ideas. There's just so much stuff out there that it's just, man, this is pretty thick here. That it is, it's really cool to be able to partake in some of that stuff. Getting stuck in the ancients world for 20 years or so. I'm looking forward to painting some infantry. And I got some really cool figures with a lot of personality from Battlefield. I got all the Battlefield Russians and Germans from the Stalingrad line. I had the foresight to get. That's what I would do. I'd buy one pack of everything because I want all the figures to be in a slightly different pose because they're all individual people, And I got a lot of Germans and Russians. Germans and Russians, that's what I call them. I really have to go out of my way to call them Soviets. I don't know why. Just old habits. Got lucky on the weather. We had single digits right before the 20s, and that would have been okay too. But I didn't want snow because it's a mess. I would not like New York City if it was raining, because all that stuff that's in the roads, I don't want that shit on me. You know, I like the fact that it was cold, so you had to wear a jacket. So like when we went on the subway, I'm putting my hands in my pocket because I don't want to get a cold from somebody. You know. It went really, really well. It went really, really well. And, the phone, you get the Google Maps. All right, I want to go here. How do you go? Oh, you take this bus, you take this, not bus line. We were going to ride the bus. You walk here to get on this subway and you take this one to something else. And this is the walking. I'm like, again, maps everywhere, it's like, I loved it. Wouldn't want to live there, but I loved it. The only thing that kind of made me sad is, the some of the buildings are overshadowed by some of the new ones, and it's just kind of weird. I mean, the skyline. I took some pictures of the skyline when we were leaving New York to go to Connecticut, and it looked like a make believe city. It looked like a city from a video game with those four or five new buildings that 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 are taller than some of the old skyscrapers that just really like you look at the skyline at a glance like what city is this? It looks like some and it was dusty. It almost looked like some make believe type of city, you know. But I can't wait to go back. I and that's good. That's good to have a. I tell you what though, you want to really mess with people in New York, hold the door open for somebody. They don't know what to do. And it's not like I was sitting there playing an attendant, but you go and you're going in a business, you're going into a place and somebody's coming out and you go in, you hold the door for them and you hold it for like three other people and they just don't know what to do. Where are you from originally? I assume you're not a native New Yorker, that you're just there for work or. The only thing I didn't like about it, the only thing I didn't like about it, and I wasn't expecting it, I should say, is freaking pot everywhere. Man, you can't walk like a block without. It's just everywhere. And I don't care if you want to do drugs, but I don't need to smell them. I mean, I'm not going to do them, but or as I like to say, is so you can walk around everywhere and smoke that stuff, but I can't have some scotch while I'm walking down the road. Dublin, Virginia, very very rural. Okay, I did that when I first arrived and never stops. I grew up on Civil War battlefield, Battle of Cloyd's Mountain. I've never heard of Cloyd's Mountain. But then I am not an ACW guy at all. When I first started wargaming, the local game group here, they were big on playing Johnny Reb. And I was never into Civil War history. And I still am not into Civil War history. And as a 16-year-old kid trying to play with 30-something-year-olds, and looking down on, they weren't having any fun playing a game, and never really hit it off with any of them really well, but never was an ACW. And I've always been a World War II guy my entire life, and it's just from, my dad was kind of interested in it. He was, I had an older dad, so he was in his teens when World War II was going on, and he would have probably served had he lived in a country that was at war. But the I grew up watching World War II movies, Guns and Navarone, and all that stuff. That's just part of my psyche, So when I found out, oh, I can play this too? Oh, sign me up, And then, oh, I can be creative. I can be creative and create things for something that I'm interested in. Sign me up. And the rest is history. Let's see. Same here. A lot of my great uncles served or fought. Their stories were my inspiration for studying the history. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the appeal that I've heard of a lot of people about the American Civil War is my ancestor so and so was on this side and one of my other ones was on the other side. Those type of stories. My people weren't here yet. I mean, my family didn't get to this country till 1960. So It's not my history. So I don't have that part of the nostalgia doesn't apply to me. And it's not necessarily incredibly powerful because I'm not related to anybody that was in World War II, and yet I find it fascinating. So, but that seems to be an appeal to a lot of the folks that do that kind of wargaming. Okay, I think that should do it. Yeah. Batushka. And if they had the later turret, the conical one, that's a sexy beast. And I'll be getting more of these at some point. Not anytime soon. Two's good for now. But, oh, and I do have a third one that is much smaller but usable. I think I am going to use that I'm going to paint up that T28, even though it's 1/87 scale. Whatever. I have it. What am I going to do with it? Give it to somebody? I think it's worth me throwing an hour of my time into it. And, it'll look, it's got crisp details. It'll look as good as these. Why not? You know? The alternative is don't use it. Spend $25 for a Zvezda kit, which will be awesome looking. But then, I already have the thing. I'd make it into a wreck or something, but I think making a wreck is more work than making a real vehicle in functioning order. The irony in it. Yeah, one of Tick's first videos I listened to was the video where he talks about World War II being all about oil. And it's kind of, there's things that I grew up reading about World War II that are now inaccuracies that we didn't know at the time. And I'm not that old, but, we were reading things that were 20 or 30 years 40 years old? Nah, it wouldn't be 40 years old. But 20 or 30 years old, Like, all those German general memoirs. It's all bullshit. Not all of it, but a good portion of it. We just took it at face value, So, now we've got other sources that we can kind of cross-check and make sure if those damn Nazis were telling some of the truth. And I guess new stuff will continue to come out, but, there's some people that are just set in their ways about certain things and they don't want to rethink that kind of stuff. So I'm on a tear. Well, I'm not listening to it as often as I should, but all of my Audible listening is all World War II stuff, and I'm learning stuff I never knew, And Tick's thing is all about oil. I'm reading this other article that, oil is important, but it's all about spare parts and logistics, which, oil is a part of it. Stuff that you don't consider, And when we grew up, our whole thing is if you wanted to win as the Germans, all you had to do was befriend the people that they conquered, and it's a sure thing. And we never could understand why the Germans didn't do that, because it was obvious. And then the stuff I'm reading now is like, well, they would have never done that because it was a war of extermination. Good morning, Ben. It was a war of extermination. They literally wanted to eradicate the people that they conquered from the earth. And that's just something that wasn't in the stuff that we read 40 years ago. But if that's the case, yeah, that's why they didn't do it. But again, we're looking at things from a war gamer's perspective and not being a madman. So when you're not a madman, it's hard to look at things from a madman's perspective. A wargamer would say, do whatever you want, be nice to these people, win the war, then worry about what you're going to do with it. A madman would be like, these people, these are roaches, and we need to, exterminate them when we find them. And it's just kind of well, I never thought about it that way. So, there's all kinds of new stuff, even though I'm familiar with the narrative. There's new things that are popping up all the time that I hadn't considered. And I'm really enjoying, looking at other perspectives. So the Operation Crusader one was fascinating is how much at odds Rommel and Crewell were at odds with each other. And I had no idea. I mean, I've read von Mellenthin's book way back when. That was one of the first things. That's probably the first type of those books that I've ever read. And I haven't read a ton of them. But, back when I was doing Command Decision, late 80s, that guy was in a lot of places that I was doing. So I've read his book, which is, down there somewhere, paperback, that I've had for almost 40 years. And it doesn't go into stuff like that. And then I was trying to read who's the Erhard Rouse's book, and it's just self-serving bullshit. It's like he's like the greatest thing since sliced bread, and everywhere he goes, if they could have just cloned that guy, they would have won the war. Regardless of supply issues and everything, it was just clone a bunch of these guys, and they'll win the war everywhere they're at. And it's just like, who believes that kind of insanity? you know. But there's a lot of people that read stuff, and if something goes against what they've always known, they immediately discount it. And I'm not one of those people. I think it just definitely, it's the more you read, the more you learn. Now, I also take it at face value that the person that's telling the story or putting the points doesn't have an agenda that they're trying to push. We're trying to, it's like a mystery. We're all trying to get to the truth. I kind of take it as face value. That's what it is, which isn't always the case. But, I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, why would I want to push a certain agenda? Why don't I? No, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Again, I'm not reading it from the madman's perspective. Okay. I think these guys fit in there pretty well. Okay. I think, dare we do the vacuum cleaner? No. I'm going to let the girls sleep. Because I can actually get away with doing this. I said, my hobby is generally not very noisy. And this is a wonderful hobby that we have. I'm not telling you guys already know. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. Okay. I would do it even at 187, both it and the T-35 or Beast. Yeah, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, because what am I going to do with them? Throw them away? I mean, that's really the only alternative. Here's the T-35. And yeah, it's under scale, but it's still big, got two T-28s. One of them with a conical turret. You know, the BT's bigger than that. Whatever. I'm gonna paint them up at some point. I got those when I worked at the hobby store, probably in close to 1990. 1990, 1991. And I knew that they were the wrong scale, but that time, that's the only way you could get a T-28 and close to the same scale. All right. It's going to take a week to get this stuff to come out. And I've had this epoxy for every bit of 10 years, and I've only used half of it. And it's cool in here, so it's going to take a while to work its happy way out. Good Lord. I didn't know this was going to be strength training. Holy smokes. I hope this is the thicker one. I guess it makes a difference when it's 60 something degrees in here instead of 70 something degrees. Well, it's not hotter than 72, but it's 61, so 10 degrees. I don't dare store it upside down. Nothing good can come from that. You're going to do some armored cars and, dare I say, imported universal carriers? I don't think I'm going to do any imported universal carriers. I don't really like captured equipment for the Soviets. They made enough of their own shit that, you know, I'd love to do Commonwealth vehicles, but I'm not going to sell them to the Soviets. I mean, I'm a huge Matilda fan, you know, but they don't need any of them things. Armored cars, I have one. Yeah, I'll do more. But I'm going to probably paint these Czech 38s, the Panzer 3s. I've got 3 Opel Blitz trucks. We'll do them. And then I need to move the anti-tank guns and infantry. And but again, I'm doing this for fun, so I may paint like a couple of anti-tank riflemen for the Soviets and go, I want to do another vehicle. You know, I want to do a 1943 vehicle. And that's how I'm going to swing. And none of this, I got to paint 50 more Janissaries for this, screw that. I'm not doing that stuff no more. I'm going to do things how I want to do them. This is going to be a fun. I figure out some jokes to tell while this thing comes out. And it's not old, it's just cold. Yeah, it's moving. Mitch should be wearing 2 sweaters in here. I don't know how the hell he survived Illinois. And I love cold weather. Especially, man, yesterday was gorgeous. Not a single cloud in the sky. I think the high was maybe 45, maybe. Just absolutely gorgeous. Winter in Florida is beautiful. It's summer that sucks. Unless you're at the beach wet with a cocktail in both hands. All right, now we got to find our needle. Where ist mein Needle? I like to use that to mix these things up because it's totally reusable. How could they all have disappeared? Don't make me get another one because I will. There's one poking out right now, looking for me. Another thing people are paranoid is using needles. No. I actually have a couple of universal carriers. Russians don't deserve universal carriers. I don't know why the hell they gave them Allied equipment. I wouldn't have done it. I can tell you right now. I wouldn't have helped us. I wouldn't have helped the Soviets. I was just like, you guys made a deal with that dickhead to begin with. You guys are going to suffer. Maybe it would have been the wrong move, but here. But yeah, I can't wait to do British stuff. And give them nicknames too, the tanks. You know, what I mean is, paint the nicknames on them. All right, now the Commonwealth forces really never used U.S. trucks, did they? I don't think so. I mean, they used the Canadian ones, and I don't think they needed to use the trucks. They made enough trucks themselves. I saw that the Plastic Soldier Company 25-pounder sets. I wasn't even looking at those things. And I start reading about City Rosé, and I'm like, oh shit, we need some quad tractors we got to build some jock columns. If you watch Tick's videos, he says jock column a few too many times. And we got to build us some jock columns. That'd be good for a skirmish game. And, I forget if you'd want to use the one that comes with the regular truck or the quad tractor. I think the quad tractors look really, really cool looking. The Canadian trucks don't look bad either. They're pretty nice looking truck. Now, the only thing I don't like about the British in the desert, or Commonwealth in the desert, and I just found this out recently, is that, the counter paint scheme, I think was painted all the same for every vehicle. In other words, kind of like U.S. destroyers were in 1944. They'd have that dazzle paint scheme, which looks really, really good. But then if it was a Fletcher class destroyer, it would have the colors in the same place on every destroyer. And I'm like, well, that's a little disappointing. Because I love the counter scheme, the counter paint scheme. Oh, we don't need this in our life. We don't need epoxy on our finger that we're going to transfer to somewhere else. Because it'll just leave a shiny spot. No other reason than that. All right, I believe this was this side forward. So I found that out recently. I was a bit disappointed. I was distracted by this. We don't have our best clothes on while we're doing this, but I don't need to get epoxy everywhere. But as much as I like Crusaders, I don't like I don't like Cromwells. I don't like Comets. I don't know what it is. I don't like them. You know, they're you build a new tank and they're like kind of underpowered. You know, that assistant USSR should have been conditioned on Stalin being removed. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was a dickhead. I mean, he went after the Finns, and then we. I don't want to say we. I wasn't around yet, but the Allies, the Western Allies helped the Finns, and then he made a deal. He made a deal with the Germans. He made a deal with the Germans first, and went after the Finns and the Baltic countries, and then he got what's coming to him because he deserved it. And we helped him out. Damn it! I said it again. Yeah, I don't like dictators of any kind, and some are worse than others, but they're still dictators. But then again, I wouldn't do well in government because I just wouldn't do wrong shit. I would think, and yeah. And Stalin was terrible, and like I said, Hitler. Obviously, I don't want to play the who's worse, him or Hitler. They're both terrible. But I will tell you this, and I'll say it again. I would rather be a soldier in the Wehrmacht than a soldier in the Red Army because they really didn't give a shit about any soldiers in the Red Army. They just didn't. I'm just saying from a standpoint of like, does my country care for me kind of thing. They're just sending you out to freaking die in the Red Army. For sure. But they made some cool looking tanks. Oh, did we almost make it and we're going to fall short by one? No. Let's see if we can salvage any of this. If I can't, then I'll just put more stuff down here. And I'm going to have to put more stuff down here. I don't want this to harden and then be thicker. All right, let's test of strength again. Only enough for one. I gotta remember to look up if the Soviets used the red flag for identification on stuff, because I'm gonna have a couple of German tanks with a crooked spider on them, so I should have some Red Army ones as well with a. But I don't want to just pull things out of nowhere. I mean, I would like for it to be some kind of historical precedent to it, and I'm sure it happened, but Maybe like on a T-34-85 or something like that. That's a good looking tank. A T-34-85 is a good looking tank. And that's a pretty good gun too. I mean, there's only a couple things that it can't deal with frontally, but it's not likely to encounter any of those things. That 85 mil is a pretty good gun. And I'm surprised I got like 8 of them to do. So. And not enough tank crews for them. So at some point, when I start working on those, I'll probably have to get the AB Soviet tank crew set. Those guys look pretty good. Put a couple of them in the hatches. All right. Make sure we're free. You don't want any shiny epoxy parts on here. And screw the other batushka down. Okay. Now, we put this way the hell away from anything else where it can't contaminate it or get it on anything else until that dries. And then we're going to let them dry for a little bit. So this is why we work on a couple different things at once, because that way we can keep the ball moving. So we're going to move the Soviet tank park out of here. And let's get the Czech 38s out. And let's get the Panzer Gray out, which I believe is called German Gray, the one I'm using. Oy. Is it this one? There it is. And just a little piece of cardboard. Because when I started doing this method, I didn't know I was going to be happy with it. Now I'm like, yep, this is the way forward. And we should be able to pick out the brush we use for this all the time because it should be stained Panzer Gray. Unless it's dyed, which it could be because, oh, here it is. Oh, we can't use that thing. No. We've got plenty of other brushes, and I heard a rumor that I have to go to the store that I hate going to today. And if I'm going to go there, I'm going to pick up some more of these brushes. Oh, it's this one. This is the one. It should be. Let me see if they've got another one that's like that. I really like the size of that one. Yeah, here's another one. They just get the shit beat out of them when I do this with them, but this one could probably work too. Leave this one out. Though I'd rather use one of the nicer brushes when I'm doing not the initial layer, because the initial layer is just, I'm just slapping it on, kind of. All right. Let's. All right. Which one are we going to use? How much flexibility we got on here? I'll use this one. I'll use this one until it pisses me off. It's been cleaned out pretty well. So we have this soap here, this hand soap that I really dislike how it smells. It's called Myers soap, but it works great for taking paint off the paintbrushes. You know, after you use them. But I do not like how it smells. It smells weird. It smells like a nursing home. Okay. Honestly, I decided to try doing this because the first couple of vehicles, I just painted them overall in this, and then I had to worry about brush strokes and stuff like that, and covering up detail. And I'm like, what if I just like dry brush it, and that's gonna leave some of the darker colors in the creases between panels and stuff like that, which I want to do anyways. You know, I want to leave like a pin wash type of thing on there. And it just kind of worked. You know, it's not a huge difference in color, but it does give something for the brown wash to stick to. And when we get done with the brown wash, we're going to come back and dry brush this again. So it just adds a little bit of the modulation. I saw somebody do it in a YouTube video, and I'm like, well, let's try it. I like his end result. And sure enough, I was happy with how it turned out. Oh, we're going to need to do surgery for this thing. Let's get this. This thing's old and crap. We're going to leave this. Well, I'm asking for an apocalypse to happen. I'm going to leave this open like that. Running gear on this side. I might actually try using my airbrush again, which I have that really cheap one, just to primer things in black. Maybe I can have a little bit more control over it then. But it is really a POS airbrush that jams all the time. But it was also, $80 with the compressor. What'd you guys think of those paper buildings? You like them? You don't like them? I think I like them, but they don't match what my stuff looks like, so they're kind of an eyesore. So I'm gonna move forward with them for now, but I'm gonna keep my eye to replace them with something else when the time's right. They must sell enough of them because the guy's been at Historicon every year. So but want to see the battlefield shots. Yeah, I'm gonna keep them for now. I mean, like I said, I had them for how many years did I have them for? And then I just 17 years or something like that. I'm like, well, I got to do something with them. I'm not just they deserve to be built at least. And I wasn't gonna get anything done last week anyway, so building midweek didn't bother me too badly. Like I said, my goal to play this game is to have it look like that stuff that makes you salivate in War Games, Soldiers, and Strategy. All those Wargaming magazine battlefield shots. The ones you're like, man, I really want to play that. Well, everybody would if your stuff looked like that. That's going to be my goal. Is we're going to have War Games quality looking games. If I'm going to play them, that's what they're going to look like. And the one thing I was worried about was vehicles. I was not going to be happy with the vehicles turned out. Well, that's not the case. The infantry's there. I just got to redo them all the basing. So the basing doesn't look like it's 1993. Because that's basically when I was painting them, what they look like. Recently been using some MDF buildings from Sarissa Precision. Yeah, I'm familiar with them. And I bought some 3D prints from Patrick. I'm familiar with him as well. We'll see on those. Okay, Patrick's on my watch list. Yeah, his stuff. There's a couple guys on Etsy. Patrick's one of them. Another one is something I forget who it is. And one of them has really reasonable shipping, and the other one has really unreasonable shipping. There's one company that's something like Badger 3D or something, and their stuff looks really nice. But man, I think their shipping is like a lot. Which it costs a lot to ship things. It really does, but hide it in the price. Hide it in the price. I mean, I work in logistics, and people don't want to pay for shipping. If they know that, oh, well, this is costing me that, so just hide it in the price somewhere. People don't want to be tortured by that. You liked them, Ben? We'll see how they turn out. My fear was that they were too flimsy. I don't think they're too flimsy. I think that they just don't look like the rest of them. And some people suggested, oh, you can doctor them up. I'm not doctoring up for shit, okay? I'm just building them as they are. I'm not going to repaint a cardboard thing that's going to warp. I'm creating more work for myself. I just had these damn things for up teen years, and it was time to shit or get off the pot. So shit I did. And yeah, we'll see. I have seen the Sarissa stuff, but Sarissa went out of business, didn't they? Or I'm thinking of something else. One of those companies makes a ton of like Stalingrad ruins, but man, there's a couple of Stalingrad playthings that I've seen people do like scenarios of. These guys in Australia did. There's a video of it floating around somewhere of how they made a war games table with like they had like a railroad that ran through there and had like rolling stock on it too. Just incredible. Just incredible talent and foresight to kind of have this vision and have it, turn out that way. But the problem with Stalingrad is if you do some of the stuff, it's just rubble. It is just field and field and fields of rubble. But I'm not a Stalingrad fan. So, but those, some of those terrain was just incredible. Yeah, the MDF material I think is a pretty interesting material. Clipboard, as I call it. Clipboard material. And only thing I don't like about it is how you have to glue it. As much as I like epoxy, it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain that I had to use all my inner strength to squeeze it out. You know, that's really the only thing because it glues pretty well. You're thinking of foreground. I have those Stalingrad buildings. Shame they went away. Okay, foreground, not Sarissa. Okay. Yeah, they had this one building that is just like you could build it in lots of different ways, and it was I don't know that it was even that expensive. It just you got to fill it full of rubble. I mean, it looks great. You paint that, but then what do you do about the insides? You know. Rich Two Fat Lardies has a vid where he spruced up his Burma building and it looked the tits. Excellent. Oh, I like Rich. I think he'd be fun to play with. Who's the other Fat Lardy? Yeah, he's one of them, right? He's one of the. I've seen lots of his videos. I like him a lot. I don't like some of the other people he plays games with, but little weasel dudes. Trying to cheat and shit like that. I put that on my homework assignment sheet that I've lost. Crap. Rich Lardy Burma. Okay. That's the Christmas Day special. From the Two Fat Lardies, their Christmas Day special. Is it better than the Star Wars Christmas special? I think Chain of Command has some potential if you added more details to it. I think some of their stuff is a little. I think some of it, the thinking is in the right, not in the right place, but what appeals to me. I mean, obviously, I shouldn't say the right place because they built the rules however they wanted them to operate. I'm just saying that I think vehicle combat should be a little bit more detailed, and but their games play in a short period of time. I played one of their games once, and it was okay. It was I like the dice where you can't control what gets created. Nick Skinner is the other one, and Sydney is the bald chap that pops up sometimes. Okay. Yeah, I like Rich. I don't know the other guys by name, but and he's not that difficult to understand because some of you blokes across the pond are a lot harder to understand than others. Yeah, I'm not used. My ear's not used to picking up some of those accents, and if I went over there, I'm sure I would pick up some ridiculous accent. But I watch subtitles on all kinds of stuff. But I'll have to check that video out. I like the stuff that I've seen by Rich. Rich is larger than life. Met him when he was demoing sharp practice at Claymore in Edinburgh a few years ago. Yeah, yeah. I think he'd be fun to play with. He seems like he's got the right attitude. Weren't they the ones that made that those games that they ran at that hotel in Oosterbeek or something like that? I saw a video of that. Man, those dioramas look freaking great. They're games tables, but they're freaking dioramas. Those look great. And even though I'm not interested in Market Garden, and I don't know why I'm not interested in Market Garden, but I'm not. Maybe it's just done to death. I'm not interested in Battle of the Bulge either, so it's not like, you don't like the British stuff. Nah, that's not me. I actually tend to not like the American stuff. I'm already American. Yeah, Chain of Command. Yeah, those tables were beautiful. Beautiful stuff. So the locals came in, they were telling them about their houses that were modeled on a table. Man, I wish I had that kind of. I wish I could do that. And I've never attempted to paint a house on this level, but I will. Actually, I have one building. It's a 15 millimeter building. It's like a little French farmhouse that I use kind of as a shed, and it's fully painted and it looks good. It's hidden in one of my boxes somewhere. I'll have to pull it out. I suspect I'm going to have to doctor it up a little bit to make it look equivalent of what I'm doing these days. But I've used it in a couple scenarios. Little sniper hunt scenario. using what's the name of those rules that came out and they came out and they disappeared, called Normandy Firefight or Firefight Normandy. It's one of those two, and that's a even more small scale than Face a Battle, where you're only running like a couple, like 3 guys. Gotta walk the hound. Oh. Gotta take a doggo for a walk. There's another group of guys, I can't remember who the hell they're called. They made like a battle that they did, and it was almost like devoid of terrain. It was a Stalingrad battle. It was almost devoid of terrain because it took place in around the grain elevator. But they had this grain elevator that was like, it's freaking huge. It was massive. It was at least 3 feet tall, and it was like the footprint of maybe this painting table. And that's what I love about videos. That's what I love about World War II gaming videos from the UK. Odds are they're using 20 millimeter. And that's my language, you know. And this was in 20 millimeter. But, you know, there was a lot of open ground there. So, you know, if you're having to assault something like that, you need to like hide behind a Stug or some Panzers or something like that, because there's like nowhere to hide. You know, hunker down behind something that's firing 75 millimeter shells till you reduce your opponents, and then have it move forward while your guys crawl behind it, kind of thing. Or, you know, charge Chris open and get mowed down, you know, but all right. Now, let's drop that in there. Close this thing back up. All right. We'll let these dry a little bit. It's just like everything else. You always waste more paint than you use, but look, I've had that Vallejo color for like 20 years now, so if I have to buy another one, I think I'll be okay. Didn't bother painting a muffler. No point. How's the Nazi commander? Yep, there he is. I have a feeling his face will paint up really nicely. He's got some details on there that... Now, what I do like to do is, even though I've already... Most of the tanks I've done, even though they have the 3 colors on them, I don't put the last color on them until the end. I did on this one. So I'm going to get some... Man, this chair likes to bitch. All I'm doing is shifting in it, and There it is, Iraqi sand. And make sure if there's any like shiny glue bits that came out, that they get dulled. And then we'll put the grass and the bushes on there. And by the time we're done with that, we should be able to do the brown wash on the Czech 38s. And that takes like forever to dry. It seems like a long time. I also put it on there fairly thick. So maybe it's my own fault, but. Alright, I want something small I can dry brush. There's one of these small little square brushes. Here we go. Here she is. This is what we want to use. Okay. It's hardly any of it. I just like going over it so you don't have some shiny spot. Because we won't seal anything else on here. And I've never had a problem with that. I've never had a problem with, well, you didn't seal the grass on the base and it's coming off. That's easy to fix if that's the case. Okay. Let's rinse this. Let's make sure we have a. All right, it's time to do another messy thing. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself, or I'm getting behind myself. I need to do the grass on this stuff before I do the. Well, you know what? Actually, I could use the drying time. I am gonna go ahead and brown base these things, and we could do the grass and stuff on here later, because that's messy. Agrax Earthshade. Now, we have one of these that's stained. That's the one we like to use. I think it's in here. Yeah, this one. And this is one of these things that you don't notice the effect that this has until way down the line on the tank. And I got this idea from somebody else. I watched their video. It was when they were doing when I was doing Shermans, and I liked how I liked what the guy did with it. I decided to try it, and it's now part of my operations that I do when I'm painting these tanks. I don't know if I would do it the same way if I was doing, say, tanks for the desert, but I probably would try it and see how it looks. Anybody have that Skirmish Campaigns North Africa book? I think it's called Italian Misadventure and Arrival of the Africa Corps or something like that. Is it worth getting? Italian Misadventure. Beat the offer more than you could chew. I have a feeling it just has scenarios that are even before Battle Axe, or even might have some brevity stuff in there, but Italian tanks versus Matildas is a bad combination. You're gonna get nowhere fast. Really looking forward to doing the decals on these. So yeah, we got some Opel Blitz trucks to do. I need I need to pick up some Russian trucks, and they come up with not the Studebaker, but the Gaz trucks, GAZs. Is it Gaz or GAZs? GAZ. It's probably GAZ. Just like the American squad support weapon is not a BAR, it's a BAR. Oh man, I'm starving hungry. It just hit me. Time for second breakfast. Seven folks on, welcome. Grab a seat. Check 38s from Plastic Soldier Company. And these Russian ones, these Pegasus, man, they're nice models. Other than I was concerned about the brittleness of them, of the barrels and stuff, but detail wise, man, they paint up great. Okay. And then 3 turrets. And then we'll go get the rest of the basing of on these Soviet tanks. Finished building your Panzer 35T. Had to do some unbending of the hull as the kit had been stored under heavy stuff. Oh, that's annoying. What do you think of their models? I need to get some SDKFZ 222s. I don't want to use the the old Airfix kit, which is it's really bad. The turret is really, really bad. Unfortunately, it seems like to be the only one that's affordable. So I need to get a couple of those at some point. And I'd like to get a Panzer 4D or an E or one of each. But I just can't get myself to get the one from Armor Fast. I think I'm going to have to add so much detail that I'd be better off just buying a couple of Mirage kits. You make them as well. And First to Fight may make a D, but they don't have the turret storage things for, for 1941. James Shevlin, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Regards to Soviet vehicles, have you thought about the Cosmonauts tractors? I have not, but I really like those. They're cute. Cosmonauts or Stalinets? I forget. They're both cute, actually. Yeah. I'll get them at some point. Unless I go back to doing Ancients and leaving World War II. I hope that doesn't happen. I would rather, I'd rather leave Ancients for good and just stick to World War II than the other way around, than to regress. Okay. Cosmonauts tractors, those are cute. Cute commies. Now, what I've heard is some of the worst kits out there, and I'm glad I looked at them. I heard about them before I ever put one on there. Before I got one, is a company called Ace. I have heard fit problems with Ace, but man, these Pegasus things fit as well as Plastic Soldier Company, as well as S Model. And I really wish S Model made more, because the S Model stuff is, I saw a review that somebody did of the S Model tanks, those Panzer IIs, and they got their decals and they were yellow. They weren't orange. So maybe I just got a bad batch of decals. Almost makes me want to get more, but I think I could use 2 more, but it's not really high on my priority list. I love the German vehicles with yellow numbers, but obviously in Panzer Gray, otherwise they're invisible. Although there is some Panzer 3s and 4s running around somewhere in 44 that have yellow numbers on Dunkelgelb, and it actually works. All right, I'm going to get a refiller on this. I'll be right back in a moment, and we were going to do finish the basing on the Soviet vehicles. Be right back. Only thing I don't like about Plastic Soldier Company is I found out after I finished building these Czech 38s that, hopefully this wrapper doesn't drive you all crazy, that they make an accessory set where you can get like spare parts and stuff, like German tank stowage and stuff. And because I saw some pictures of these guys that they would have a spare one of these road wheels up here like stored, and it looks really freaking good, but these don't come with any extra parts. But they make the tank crewman and a German tank storage set. It's more expensive than an actual tank kit, so that doesn't make any sense to spend $35 for 3 sprues of some extra road wheels. First to fight kit's easy put together. They have a low number of parts and one-piece tracks. The plastic is a bit like the Pegasus kits, but not so shiny. Okay. Which it's nothing to worry about. It's just a little... makes you worry about it. You know, it's nothing to worry about, but it's something to worry about. Huh? These Pegasus things are great. They had, like, no flash at all. I happen to like the Panzer 35s. In Barbarossa, they were down to only 1 unit using them, right? If we don't count the Hungarians, because the Hungarians used them as well. Hungarians or Romanians, or maybe both. Let's say it's the 6th Panzer Division used them. But like $20 a pop, though, for each, which isn't bad, but I'm used to getting 2 for 20. You know, I like the Panzer 35s. You got that big recuperator above the tank barrel. Makes you wonder, like, which one's the gun? All right. You sometimes drip a little. So. All right, we need to get our grasses and a shrubbery. One that's not too expensive, and that should do it. All the stuff that we need. I was tempted to, when I was going to do my Soviet vehicles, to do the basing on them similar to my Huns, so that they look step-like, but I'm like, nah, I'd rather them look consistent with the other stuff. So we're going to pull some shrubbery out. I got lots of this lowland tufts. It's these gamer's grass dark green shrubs that I may need to reorder at a certain point. I think the hobby store, the gamer store, it's not a hobby store. There's no more hobby stores anymore. The gamer store, one town over, carries gamer's grass. They may have that one, but I'm not going to run out anytime soon. I should be good until the next show. Maybe somebody there will carry it. Those are from Portugal. All right. I want to average 2 for each one, so we'll get 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Put that away. The best value I've seen of any of the model kits, though, are definitely S model. You get 2 kits. They're incredible to put together. It's incredible how good they are to put together. Tons of decals. I mean, sure, some of the numbers were orange. Okay, I got bent on that one. But enough to do like 8 vehicles. Photo etch pieces. Those 20mm barrels for the Panzer IIs was literally a brass turned barrel. It was beautiful. And I think I got both of them for like $16 or something like that. Maybe even less. And they come from you know where. But just incredible. I just wish they had more variety of stuff that they did. You know, the only early war Soviet thing that they make is they make a T-40. They actually make 2 different T-40s. One that has with 2 different machine guns. I don't want to tell you what they are because I'll probably get it wrong. One with the 12.7 and one with the something else. I don't think it's even a 20mm cannon, but those didn't. I haven't gotten them. Yet. I've actually didn't even know anything about that vehicle until I ran across it in the video game, whatever the hell it's called. And as much as I try, I can never remember what it's called. Hell freezeth over. The Ostfront game. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to cut these in half. These are pretty big. I'll take a 5th one out. This one right here. I'll take a 5th one out there. Call the Wild. I got to write that down somewhere. I can never remember the name of that game, even though I played it a fair amount. I had like a block against remembering the name of that game. But I ran across them in that game. I didn't know anything about T-40s. Like, is that the amphibious tank? I'm like, nope, that's the T-37, I think. Okay, a brush we don't love so much. No, definitely not that one. These things need a Nobel Peace Prize for all the stuff I was able to paint with them yesterday. We'll use this one. So, we like to use this stuff to fix mistakes. Or things that don't look the best, which everybody has. PVA. Yeah, it's not even called PVA on here. What's the brand in the UK? I mean, Elmer's is, I know this is just US. Made in the USA. Wow, the one item. The one item. So this is where we're going to end up putting the grass. I mean, I had those armor fast Shermans, and they're not very good, but I had them. I don't know about going out and actually seeking more of armor fast stuff because they just lack so many details that if you put them next to something even as rudimentary as this, you still have tools and stuff on there. They're going to look like devoid of interest. We're back to coughing again. Or just got something caught in my throat. It's probably that. Now, what I'd like to do is do all this kind of painting and then be able to put the grass on there. But no, I got to stop and do it individually or it'll be too dry to get the stuff to actually stick on it. So let's make sure we have our tweezer handy. Actually, we don't have to use the tweezer. Just something to get in there and press it down. The back of a paintbrush works really well, actually. Let's grab this and use this as a catch-all. And make sure we press some of this down on it. Okay. And then we'll put this back away and put some happy little trees growing in here. Let's get a big one here. This is what I need the tweezer for. I mean, I can use something else instead of it. It should be right here. But it isn't. There it is. We'll use this one. And then wee! I wasn't expecting that. Who says communists aren't fun? We're gonna get a more brightly colored one here. Okay, and then along the side here, I'm gonna take one of these and I'm gonna chop it down. Just one. And this one's already small. I'm gonna take one of these. These guys are harder to chop down. They've got like glue that's stuck in them that these little these little green leaves are pretty sticky for whatever reason. Okay. All right, and on this side, we're going to, I specifically left a little opening here so that we could put a happy little plant right here. It just missed getting squashed by a small chance. Okay, and then we'll go to the opposite side. And when we'll do part of one of these happy green ones that it just missed getting squashed. And of course, you don't get to see all the ones that actually did. And just so you have some interest, you know, we've got a light one, a green one, a light one. I'm sorry, a green one, a light one, a light one, a green one. Just to have some interest, I'm going to put a second set on the same one so it doesn't look, you know, too like too consistent. So we're going to put one there. Come on. There we go. And when it's done, I am going to paint a fresh coat of this brown all the way around the edge to make it look nice. But this is pretty much done. Here's a T26. See, I need to paint some Soviet troops. Like, I have them painted. I just got to redo their bases so that we can do some photos with these guys. Yeah, she's done. All right, the other T26. Kind of a little bit of a gap there. And then back here in the back, I'm going to leave this side barren on purpose. Now I got to get some other material because I don't have stuff of this stuff that's long enough to put the JS's, Panthers, the Tiger One that I have. They're not, you know, so I'm going to have to get another material. I just like the fact that this one happens to be black, the plastic. It's kind of handy. A little bit of grass right there. Okay, we should be good with that. We do have a turret with an attitude. All right, back to this. Okay. Take these, move them back to the corner. Okay. This other T26 had the bright green brush at the front, so we're not going to do that. We're going to put the non-bright one there. Oh, there's one right here. Oh, I like this bigger one. And the bright green one is on that side, on this one, so we're going to put it on the opposite side here. I'm really enjoying the living shit out of doing this. Just so you guys know, this is a long time coming. You know, you can always spend more time doing this. You can add rust stains and stuff like that. The reality is if I want to do it and modify one later, I can do it. I just, at some point, you have to move on and work on other miniature. I don't want to take something on like that. And I think these look better than most war game things you're going to see. Which sometimes isn't saying a whole lot, but I'm happy with them. And I think these don't take that long to make. And you could take photos of these guys pretty close up and they look just fine. It's not like, well, it's the 3-foot rule. I don't want to paint to a 3-foot rule. I want to paint to I tried to do the best I could in the time that I had. Oh. Because there's some stuff that I have seen in War Games magazines and that look amazing. And then when you look up close, they don't look that amazing. And, you know, but these are people that have, you know, a battle with hundreds, maybe not thousands, but hundreds of 28mm miniatures. You have to cut corners to some degree or nothing is going to get completed. Okay, here's the other one. And let me take my glass so I can see what the hell am I looking at. That lighting here is just weird for video. Let's see what we got. Yeah, it's lighter in certain places on the video than it is in real life. So. Yep. Okay. 2T26 is done. Now for the sexy beast, the BT7s. I'm surprised though, speaking of the skirmish campaign books, I think they've got like 3 of them on France. I was surprised. And maybe at some point in the future, I'll, because I do want to do the French. The French are cool. Just the super early war Germans just... doesn't really interest me a whole lot because of how they look. All right, grass. Let's get some grass here. Now these do not have a lot of space along the sides. I'm glad I didn't buy these decals. They were too expensive for what they were, and they took too long to get here. When I could just hand paint them, and I don't mind hand painting things. I just want them to. I don't want to hand paint German turret numerals because those guys were like. Every picture you see of them, they look really, really uniform. And I want to get some BT7s with, and even some fives with the which there's not a huge amount of difference. Riveted construction. Some T26s with a later turret. You know, the conical, more conical turret. I'm going to go ahead and do the grass on the other BT7 since I got this out. And then we'll go back and put the bushes on both of them. And then all these, well, we'll paint the edge so it just stands out a little bit more. So it looks nice. And then we can put this away. Barnes White, welcome. I think that's what your name is. I'm squinting over to try to see it. Yes, welcome. And then we will take repurpose that as much as we can. had this for almost 20 years. And that's what I'm down to. I happen to like that color. I got a bunch of other colors with it. I just don't seem to use those for anything. I've used them for terrain and stuff like that, but the actual basing, I think that's a color that appeals to me. All right, these two things can go right out of the work area. All right, and now bushes on these two. The two BTs. And then we're done with the, we still got to do a little edge work. Do we? Did we get sloppy at all? Very little. It should be real easy to do. And then we'll be done. And then it can go in the case. With the rest of the stuff. All right, so. This one's greener and more lively. So put the livelier plant on it, which we're going to trim down the size a little bit because this thing is magnanimous. And maybe another little clump as well. Now the question is, am I going to be able to roll into the Czech 38s? Are they dry enough? Yeah. That's why we do things in the order that we do them, so that we can keep rolling, if we're able to. Okay. Oh. Okay. Which was the one that was more lively? This one? Okay, this one gets the livelier big plant underneath here. It hasn't been run over yet. Yet. Even though it looks like it kind of has been run over. I like these plants a lot, these Portuguese ones, but some of them, that it's just like the sticker on them is just kind of off on it. They're like covered in goo and don't maintain a nice shape. They're just strange, but I do like the variety that they offer in the leaves that they apparently look like they have. It's all an optical illusion. But it's like the vertical stalks sometimes are like stuck together from whatever glue that they used for it. And this one's not wanting to behave. All right. Okay. We're going to put a bush in the back. Of this variety. Probably the most useful of all the clumps is this Lowland Shrubs by Army Painter that I have. You know, of the colors that I have, it's probably the most useful one. We're going to need to get smaller versions of this to put along the sides. You don't need to do this, but I feel like it just adds a little interest in maybe the terrain that they're running around in. I'm going to put it right here. Okay. And this one's complete. And do the same thing with this one. Yeah, it's not gluing down very well. It also has a very small surface area to do it. There we go. I don't know that I've ever had one ever fall off. These things are so light that there's no reason for them to be that rickety. I have a big bush back here. And we'll put one over there. All right, now let's get a little bit of, let's rinse this out. I'll probably use the same brush, honestly. And get some chocolate brown. We have a little spare. We'll throw him in the corner. It'll get reused. It'll get reused on one of the next ones. Nope. 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 Close. Here we go. Take a tiny little drop of Floaid. Just keep the moving parts going. It already has this color on it. It's just a question of that some of it get covered over by the dry brushing that was done. Okay, this one's done. Let's not put it there. The other T26. That part's okay. The BT. Okay. That should be it. That should be all 4 of these done. And now let me stand up. Man, they look great with the naked eye. The camera photo always distorts things a little bit. Yeah, really happy with how those look. Just having them on a base just kind of adds something that's in part of the environment. You can see that they're on some kind of a grassy field or something like that. Excellent. Let's get these guys the hell out of here. And just for comparison purposes, these are all 1/72nd scale. Here's a 1/76 scale. Old Skytrex T26. A T34, T26. What the hell am I saying? These are all early war as well. These two are model 1940s. This is a model 41. The lighting is all messed up. We got to take better pictures of them, but all these have hand painted decals. Of course, there's not much to them, except for the stars. I'm not going to hand paint red stars. That's sadistic. I don't deserve to be tortured like that. But these Pegasus models look pretty darn good. They've got nice crisp details that show up nice with dry brushing, and these Skytrex models are really, really old, so the detail might have been there a while ago, but they're War Games models. They work, so anyhow, and I like how the tracks turn out. The tracks, all they are is these are all steel tracks. As I use that German camouflage brown, and then it ends up getting dry brushed in the 2 colors that are part of the groundwork on the stand, and they turn out nicely. They look like they could be rusty, they could be dirty. It's a little bit of both. If they had rubber pads, I might make them look a little different, but you'll see people sometimes that'll paint really rusty tracks all orange and stuff. Not really the look I'm looking for. So we'll put these guys away, and then we'll get the Czech 38s out here and start working on them. ET out here too. All right. So we have based these black. We have dry brushed Panzer gray on top of them. We have given them a wash of Agrax Earthshade, and which you got to make sure it's dry or it creates issues. It's a little wet underneath the running gear there, a little bit on this one. Okay, so we'll do that one third. So what do you do next? Well, you get the Panzer gray again, and we're going to go over it again with a dry brush. Leaving some of the brown underneath. Now, let's see if we can get this to come out, or we need to take the top off again. Yeah, we'll need to take the top off again. Now, what dry brush did we use for this? One of these, and we left it in there, which is fine. Nope, that's the green one. Go ahead and pull it out. Now, this method, the only thing about this method is it's very abusive to brushes. It can be. It's not like they're only good for one use. I'm just saying that they're going to get misshapen. Let's flip this. We flip this. Is this one dry? No. Yeah, here's the colors we use for the green. Let's get a fresh one. I want to be able to see the... Nah, we'll be all right. We'll be all right. And we're just going to go over it lightly, because there's going to be more colors to go on it. And then this you can do one after the other, because there's no drying for this. You're already putting these colors down on here very, very dry as it is. And if you're thinking, man, those tanks are pretty dark, they won't be. They just... We're working our way up. Now, the other thing you got to be careful about doing this is if you're dry brushing over some of these plastic parts like the machine gun, you got to be careful that you don't put too much pressure and snap them. And I can tell you that from personal experience, that it was unintentional, and it just creates other issues for you. You got to stop what you're doing and going and repair something that if you were maybe a little bit more careful with, you wouldn't have spent time fixing them. would love to have some spare wheels back here, but I just can't justify spending $30 to $35 worth for extra road wheels. Okay, so that's pretty much done in Panzer Gray. I don't know if you can tell the difference. I can from my vantage point, but next tank. Two down. This is pretty mindless. Now we do 3 turrets. Been binging on your painting tutorials, unboxings, learned a lot. Excellent. I don't have all the answers. I have what works for me. I learn from others too. And maybe you'll see something that's just causing you all kinds of problems. And maybe I have an acceptable solution for you. I should say that because I'm not trying to convert anybody. Just like I don't want to be converted either. The worst thing you can do is get frustrated by something and give up the hobby. So maybe you'll see something that will be like, oh, I never thought about that way. Because You know, there's pro level people I've seen and they do things that I don't really care for, and then there's some miracles that I find that the 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 latest miracle, so to speak, that I came across is somebody said, you know, you can use the back side of an X-Acto blade, you know, the top of this, to scrape off panel lines like on turrets and stuff like that. I had never thought about that. I'd never heard of it ever before. I'm like, well, we'll take that and use that information and move forward with it. We'll bring that up when I do it, and maybe some other people get the idea of doing stuff like that. So there's lots of stuff on YouTube that may be to your liking, it may not be. So if it's not your liking, just keep looking, you know. But the biggest advice I could give you is if you're frustrated on something, you know, the way forward, if you want some really good looking stuff, is whatever thing you do, you'll notice that you can't do it in one pass. It takes multiple passes to do it. So in other words, if you like dry brushing, you can't just dry brush once and it's like, okay, that's good. You've got to build it up slowly, different levels, to get the kind of details that you fall in love with when you see somebody's other work. And even I do. You know, I've seen other people's stuff that I really, really, really like, and they don't cut any corners. You know, not many 15 millimeter. Really? Oh, you're talking about like ancients and stuff. Yeah, not a lot. There's a lot of Flames of War stuff. A lot of Flames of War stuff. Yeah. And, you know, and I've brought a lot of the things that I've learned from doing 15s here to the vehicles. You know. So, this is a color I do different than the Soviets. I stop here. We're done with Panzer Gray. There's no more Panzer Gray on here. Like, well, what the hell are you talking about? Well, so there was a thing that happened in the last 30 years. It seems like it came from obscurity in the last 30 years. At least I never heard of it before. And that was that this controversy of whether or not German vehicles had a little bit of a blue tint to them. And I like how it looks. Some people use filters. The problem with filters is I'm buying another product, and filters take a while to dry. And I'm used to, if you've watched any of my 15 millimeter figure painting, I don't have to wait for anything. I just go from one thing to another. So I just kind of, on a whim, decided to try something, and I think I hit the jackpot because I really liked how it turned out. And that is, I used this color here, which I don't know what it's called now, but back when I got this paint 15 years ago, it was called German World War II Luftwaffe Blue. So this is probably the blue that like Luftwaffe infantry divisions used. And this is my next dry brush color. And then this is the one that I highlight with dark sand to do the final highlight on them. And it gives them a little bit of a blue tint. It's not huge, but it does give it a little bit of a blue tint. And I like how it looks. So this is the end result of what the vehicles are going to look like. So, and so we move on to Luftwaffe blue. And I'm going to grab, I love this cardboard stuff because it's like, it's free. And I got everybody in the office collecting it for me. This one is brand new. We don't want to use this one. We want to use one that's been abused. Here we go. Just cut this little corner here. This one tends to be a little wet. if I remember correctly. Okay, it just has a tiny little bit of blue tint to it, still gray. And what dry brush are we going to use? I guess we could use the same one, but let's pull this one out. And these are just cheap ass brushes. I don't use expensive brushes because they're not available. You can't walk into a store here and get one. And, you know, it's peace of mind not looking at it. So I'm going to go ahead and dry brush one side here and I'll compare it so you can see the difference. It's really subtle. It's really subtle, but it adds some depth. And I'm not trying to cover everything. We already have a good coat of black on everything, and just about everything has Panzer gray on it. And there's no point in painting the muffler. If you get some paint on the muffler, that's fine. But that's gonna get repainted into rusty orange color. There's one part that's rusty on a tank of any nationality. It's the muffler. It's it just it gets overheated and the paint comes off, and when the paint comes off, it's not protected from the elements and it rusts. There you go. There's your science lesson for today. This is also a thing over here. I want to say this is like an intake or something. That thing tends to get really rusty as well, so I have to look at pictures. I believe that's going to be all rustified. These little blocks that are on German tanks a lot is actually a block for the jack to rest on, and the two pieces are actually wood, so we'll be painting those like wood. Just little stuff like that, you know. If you don't know what color to paint some stuff, just go online and look at some 1/35th scale model stuff. Just like sometimes I use when I was doing 15s, I'd use 28mm models for reference. But you got to be careful. You got to look on them. You don't want to like go with the first thing you see. It's like, well, the guy painted it this color, and the guy might just be mistaken. You know, people make mistakes. So it's been known to happen. Okay, so what we tried to do here is we dry brush like on the fenders here. Try to leave some of the darker color there in the recesses. And here's the color difference between just a little hint of blue, and this light you're seeing is just blasting everything with a lot of it's a lot lighter. It's getting a lot of like what I call it kickback. It's kicking back a lot of the white, and it looks brighter than it is. But spoilt here, 4 gaming modeling stores in my town. I don't know any modeling. Where do you live? You live in the States, or? I actually came across this holiday season. I traveled to New York and Connecticut. I came across an actual model store in Connecticut it was full of stuff. It was all 1/35th scale, pretty much. Which meant I didn't buy anything. I didn't need anything. I was just passing through, you know. UK, yeah. Well, that's the land of, you know, that's the land of toys. Everything I want comes from the UK. No doubt about it. I think some of the best painters are there. I don't know what it is, but that's the birthplace of wargaming, so So here, just about anything you get is going to be mail order or Amazon or mail order through Amazon. Let's not go too heavy. These are plastic soldier companies from the UK. I mean, like literally, other than the paint, models and miniatures wise, I'd say 95% of what I have is all UK stuff. You know, almost all my 20 millimeter stuff is. Oliver Cromwell. How you doing, Oliver? I'm hungry. I am hungry. What else is new? Another gorgeous day. That's Florida winters for you. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And they provide natural temperatures inside your house in the 60s or colder. So, for your air conditioning, you have a ton of US stuff. Can't remember buying it though. Yeah. Yeah, it depends what scale you do. Because I think it's funny that, you know, there's probably somebody out there that's my my opposite number that is buys stuff from GHQ, you know, and all their stuff, you know, they want to get comes from the States and they have to pay a ton of money for it. I want all the UK stuff. Michigan winters suck. Yeah. So I've heard. I'd show you a picture of what it looked outside, but you just get jealous. But I'll be honest with you, you only get like 2 weeks of this that's worth a damn. The summer here is miserable. And it's, honestly, the temperature is one thing, is the, the damn bugs. Just the damn bugs. All right. All right. Let's put a little bit more of this stuff and we'll do the 3 turrets. Saw a video that came out the other day. Well, I don't know if it came out the other day. I saw it the other day, and it was someone who did a tour of the Airfix plant in the UK and how they made the models. I thought that was pretty cool. I built many of those throughout the year, but not under the name brand of Airfix. Here in the States, there was a company called MPC that it would import them. They would change the the box art, and in the early '80s, I built many of those as a kid. Stuka and the Spitfire and the tanks and stuff. Wish I'd kept the boxes, but that's been 40 years, over 40 years. But it's just the Airfix stuff rebranded. I don't know why they rebranded it, but they did. Maybe they supplied them under license or something like that. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use the same color. I never had the Soviets. I never saw the Soviets on the shelf. I had Desert Rats, I had Afrika Korps, I had some U.S. Marines, the German infantry, of course, Luftwaffe ground crew. That was it. That was the only ones I could get my hands on. But the Desert Rats and the Afrika Korps, I really liked those two sets. Still have them around somewhere. Actually, they're in the bottom of that box. What's left of them. You only came with one figure for each of the officers. The Desert Rats guy had a guy in shorts and a peaked cap with his Webley revolver running at the trot. And the German officer was the figure we used to call the Rommel figure. He's looking through field glasses and he's kind of waving. We were kids. That's what we would call him, even though it's just some generic dude, not of that rank. He's probably just a lieutenant or captain or something. But I remember thinking, I was like, man, they had some really good elastics back in the day to have those, the socks that the Desert Rats wore to be hiked almost all the way up, and they'd stay all the way up in battle. They had some good elastics in the 1940s. Okay, we may have to modify this so this thing fits in there. I do like the turrets fitting in there, but I like them to move freely so that they're not scratching the surface all the time. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this Luftwaffe color and we're going to mix some desert sand in with it. Not Iraqi sand. It's dark sand, actually. I got this idea from some guy whose YouTube video I watched, and I liked it. Instead of using white, which is what I would have done. would think that this would turn the color green, because this is yellowish and that's bluish, and you mix those two together and you're going to get green, but for whatever reason it does not do that. At all. I'm actually going to use this to go over it. And then we're going to do it again. Really lightly. And let's do it again. To give you some kind of idea how much paint I used, I only did one, I never refilled it. That one's a little lighter. There we go. Did I go to any wargaming conventions? So there's 2 in Florida, one at the end of April. Ooh, it's too light. That's too light. One at the end of April, and one at the end of September every year, when they have them, because they didn't have any during the pandemic. And Historicon. We've gone to Historicon every year except since 2006, except year before last when they moved it to November. Because November is I can't do wargaming in a convention in November. There's too many things going on at that time of year. And I've gone every year, including last year, to Historicon. But I will not go this year because I need vacation days for other uses. But and our local ones I've gone every year, every single one. I haven't missed one as long as they've held it since 2001. So yeah, and it wasn't until about 2010 that I gamed locally. After that, my only gaming was done at conventions. So I do go to them. I plan to continue to go to them, with the exception of going to Historicon this year. And but I will not be running anything at them. I have decided to shirk all responsibilities that I have brought upon myself going forward, and just be a slacker like everybody else. I'll be a moocher. I just want to hang out and just do whatever. You know, what happens is you end up creating so much work for yourself, and it's supposed to be a hobby, and you don't even have time to look at the vendors or everything. You're just rushed the whole time, and it kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth after a while. But fortunately, I don't really need to go to wargaming conventions to game. I know that wargaming conventions sometimes are the only way some people can game, but that isn't the case for me. Did we do this one too? We did, okay. We do this one as well. The third one. Spend too much money there. I'm really good about not doing that. I'm really good about not doing that. I hate buying stuff and not doing anything with it. I've done it so many times when I was younger that I really don't want to fall for that. I'd rather buy stuff I'm going to use. Now, when it's something like at a flea market or something, especially if it's something that's not available in the stores, something that's out of print or something, not out of print, but they're not manufacturing miniatures of a certain thing anymore. Yeah, then it's a little hard to say no, but I'm pretty effective at controlling my spending at a War Games convention. I think it's pretty easy actually to control, considering it's, you could pretty much get anything you want through the mail when you need it. I don't see much of a reason to buy something when it just happens to be there. But I'm sure I'm the exception. And I haven't been this way always. It's just from buying stuff before and been like, man, I wish I hadn't gotten that. Get something else instead. All right, now we get to do the most anal retentive part, and the part I enjoy probably the most. I gotta rinse this thing out. And this involves a wet palette. And we're going to use these same two colors. But we're going to go in and do what I like to call forcing shadows. Forcing you to look at things that deserve attention on the model. For that, we need a brush we have a lot of confidence in. Like one of these. All right, and we're going to find us a spot. I haven't done anything that I would call spectacular up to this point in building these, or anything that most people don't already do. This is one of those things that's for the diehards. We're going to take some Luftwaffe. I'm going to do a dark sand, which we had here from when we were doing the green, because we did the same thing with the Soviet vehicles. Okay, and the secret ingredient is some Flow Aid, which doesn't really need to be on the wet palette, but it's convenient to be there. And then we're going to mix us. I could use this for reference if I need to. This is the colors that I was doing. Right. We want to go a little bit lighter than this. So you can see that right there. And we're going to take one of these tanks and we're going to too light. Too light for my liking. We're going to run it across the edges for one of every one of these plates. And that makes a huge, huge difference. Make all these little details pop. And if you've seen some of my earlier videos, I've pretty much given up on trying to glue these on a screw and moving them around. You can manipulate things a lot better with your hands, and I noticed I haven't really been scuffing anything up, so knock on wood. And if I do, it's just, I gotta fix it. But this is the part that takes a while. But if you've got a turret like this, you've got all these edges that need to pop so that you can see the outlines of it at a distance. Do you use normal paper on your wet palette? No, I use the one that it comes with. You could, I guess. You could just use normal paper, but it comes with it. And this is the version 2 of the red grass wet palette, and it works significantly better than the first one. This one was actually gifted to me. I had the first one and was pretty happy with it, and this one's better. So if you don't have one, I recommend you get this version, the version 2 of it. But I've done most of my painting without a wet palette. I didn't start using one until maybe 6 years ago. And what it does is it saves me time from having to mix the same color again and again and again. And we're going to hit the edge of this hatch so that it stands out. And that's all we're going to do, is we're going to tinker with all these little details. This is what takes a while. And then probably bring it up one more and hit all these rivets so that they stand out nicely. Sometimes you can put some, not some scratches, but some differentiation of colors on here to kind of mix up the, not sure if it shows up on the camera there, but buying a wet palette, it's a good investment. The sooner you buy it, the sooner you get to use it. Certainly saves you some time. Doing it, but I made one about 10 years ago. And then it had issues. It had issues like it didn't work as well as these do, because I was using just a regular sponge that was very, very porous, so it wasn't touching the surface in as many places as this one, which is basically almost, it looks flat. It doesn't look like a sponge you would use to wash your things in the sink. So just alone, you could tell the difference between these two. And we still have more to do on this thing. But this takes a while, and it's almost 10 o'clock, so I'm gonna call this session done. But we did finish those Russian tanks, and so we do the highlight on this. We'll paint the details, gloss coat where the decals are gonna go. Put those on dry brush and then seal, and these three guys will be done. And then after that's done, then we'll paint the commander and we'll put him in here, because here he is waiting. I'm actually looking forward to doing that. I'm not looking forward to painting him in black, because black is difficult to do, but we will pull it off. Anyhow, thanks for stopping by, folks. Hope you found it useful. Enjoy the rest of your